Hallo. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. And welcome to Early Music Day Copenhagen 2025. As you know, this is an international event happening all over the world at the same date every year. The date should be Bach's birth date, which is not 100% confirmed, but let us pretend that's true. It's also the first day of spring, traditionally. So this is a triple celebration, you could say. This project was started in 2013 by REMA, the European Early Music Network. I was in the committee, executive committee in those days, and we actually started the project. It was me and Peter Pontvik in Stockholm who initiated this project. And we have been online and live every year since then. So this is the 13th edition of this mini festival, you could say. Tonight it's a very special evening, and I almost crying already, because we are celebrating commemoration of Agnethe Christensen, who died last year. And please be quiet up here. And so it's a big evening for us who knew her, who worked with her, and her colleagues, her friends. Her family is here tonight. Yes. So many of the musicians she has worked with during many years are here tonight. We have Benjamin Bagby and Norbert Rodenkirchen from Sequentia, and Elisabeth Gaber also played in Sequentia, and we have a contribution by Marianne G. Nielsen, who also used to sing in Sequentia. We have Giovannangelo de Gennaro from Wolfetta in Italy. He played concerts with Leah and Agnethe. Leah Stuttard from UK made many tours, concerts together with Agnethe. And I myself and Gro Siri and Elisabeth and Agnethe had a project called Laude Illustre. This project was initiated by Agnethe together with Gro Siri. And the idea came from Agnethe to supply medieval Italian laude songs with a visual context, a background. So I did the visual part of this concert, Laude Illustre, and we toured actually Scandinavia. We were in Germany, in Vilnius, and Italy, and even Croatia with this concert. You will hear a few excerpts from this project later tonight. And we also have Gilbert Martinez here tonight. He will start the concert from the main organ, actually. Gilbert and Agnethe also play together in duos. And yes, and finally we have Helen Davies here. Also, Poul Høxbro and Helen and Agnethe play together in many different ensembles. You can see and find, there's a table down there with CDs. All of them are for free tonight. They come both from Helen, from Søren, Agnethe's husband, and from Poul Høxbro. So check these are recordings covering all the different ensembles that Agnethe played in. So grab a copy down there. The program has been finalized only like 10 minutes ago. So we finally made it as a flow. So if you have the printed program, it's sort of small chunks of 10, 20 minutes. And in between we will have a short break and sometimes a little longer break. So it's possible to go up to the bar and take a refill when you notice that there is space for this. So I can also say that Giovannangelo cooked for us today. We had plus 40 persons eating downstairs here, all of you, most of you. And we had lunch together. And so thank you, Giovannangelo, for this also. Thank you. Yes, I won't say anything. Well, I should say that we always stream these concerts live, and when it works, it's very good, and when it not works, it's less good. You never know with technique. It can be very luneful. So I'm running a stream right now, but I'm not 100% sure if it's working. We had some problems. There's always. I do this every year, but there is a big change every year. So software updated, and so let's see. We'll try to make it work. If you hear me out there, just hang on, and if we go down, we will come back again. Okay, so please welcome to Gilbert Martinez.
In 1992, someone asked Helen Davies, Agnethe, Christensen and me to make a medieval concert in Copenhagen. We didn't know each other personally, but we met up at Helen's place and soon found out that it was really great fun making music together. When it then turned out that in our concerts amongst the audience there even were a couple of odd ones who liked what we did, we actually decided that this should not just be this one concert, but start a gateway into our, search of medieval fantasy. Our first concerts were focused on Cantigas de Santa Maria, and it was actually Agnethe who introduced Helen and me to this marvelous, wonderful manuscript. everybody in this room who knew Agnethe also knew that when she got excited about a thing, this excitement was very, very contagious. That even applied to concert arrangers, which for Alba at certain times meant extensive and adventurous tours. I think the excitement peaked in 1998 with the Hildegard anniversary, where our humble ensemble actually managed to play around, and I did count, 70 concerts in 1 year. And the lion's share of these concerts were because of Agnethe's persuasive abilities, I must say. Actually, playing so many solemn Hildegard von Bingen concerts actually nearly made us at last dream about, an underpaid gig in a dirty bodega. We never got that far, but it was great fun playing all the concerts with Helen and Agnethe. The last concert program that Alba made was a program circling around the Black Death. This was the only program that we toured on an extensive school tour. And of course, we asked for it. This theme didn't really make us play for all the small, cute ones. No, we were directed directly to the lion's den, the hormone-infested mid-teenagers. But actually, they were not the problem. What could be a problem was the lack of planning from the teacher's side, which actually, when I play the next tune, I always, back in my mind, have this picture of Agnethe and me in heavy overcoats, playing medieval music in a non-heated, ugly school gym, at a time that in my mind always is very early Monday morning. Talking about cold. You know, when I get dressed. Yes, Alba made a lot of concerts in the 1990s. That was kind of the heydays of medieval music, at least in Scandinavia. You could actually play medieval music all over the place. Early music festivals, yes. Folk festivals, up till the most posh chamber music concert series. Well, today, just dream about it. But that was possible. One of the places where we really loved to play and where we played a lot was at our good friend Rahul Langsep's early music festival in Tartu, in Estonia. He always had very, very adventurous ideas what we could make besides, you know, a normal boring concert. One year he asked us to do a midnight concert at the old beautiful observatory that is situated on the fortress hills surrounding Tartu. Of course, we said yes, fantastic. The year before we played in the spring, this was midwinter. So at the evening, At the time for the concert, we were standing in this door opening, and it was minus 12 degrees. And that leaves me with this, but you know, a gig is a gig. And it left me with this picture, another picture, you know. I mean, looking at Agnethe standing in the spotlight, singing her heart out with steam coming out her mouth like a genuine medieval dragon. But Agnethe was also a master in keeping a straight face. I will tell you a story that really shows it. Alba was playing a concert somewhere in Sweden, in a beautiful church ruin. It was at a service. The priest was a tall, solemn, intensive man, wearing a big, long, heavy cape. Then, minutes before the concert, the priest suddenly stepped up to Agnethe, standing in front of her, speaking in a low voice. "You are so beautiful." Then he turned around, walked away, overlooking an electric wire, stumbling falling over, lying flat on the floor, hairstyle, cape, and dignity heavily damaged. We took great care, not to look at each other before we started our first piece. But of course, Agnethe sang just as beautiful as always. siger tak til Elisabeth Holmert. Og nu er vi nået til det sidste, the last. Now we have reached the final piece and the final state of my mind. So just another little thing, you know. In some years, The singer and harp player Miriam Andersen also played in Alba, and she took initiative to a Christmas-like program. Who don't want a medieval Christmas program? Well, we were actually surprised that somebody did. The producer, the wonderful producer Mette Gotthardsen from Danish radio, she became so intrigued by the idea that she went heavily out and sold it to EBU transmission to so many countries that, according to their standard calculations, our concert in the Round Tower in Copenhagen with medieval Scandinavian Christmas music would have 10.5 million listeners. And the Danish radio went out heavily with advertising, and that was obviously a very good way of advertising, because that's the only concert we played in Alba, at least, where the doors had to be shut 3 quarters before the concert because the concert hall was full. Wasn't that amazing? We were riding on a high horse, thinking about our glamorous future. But listen and learn. Weeks later, Agnethe and I, we were going to play a concert in Hundi Church outside in Copenhagen. We were meeting there, coming from different places in Sweden, in a heavy snowstorm. To finally, at the time of the concerts, to face 1 church warden and 0 audience. So, down from the high horse we came, received our money, went out into the snow blizzard again.
and Elizabeth for this opening of the evening. We will now go over to Loud Illustre, which was the project I talked about earlier. And Leah is taking the third part in this project. They do 3 loud songs. Welcome on stage.
We're not quite there yet. Go and have a drink.
start to sing one of our favorite songs. It was so precious to both Agnethe and me that we both had to sing it in the same concert. That's what happened. So anyway, I'm so happy that I will do it today in this church, which we had so many memories together. Agnethe and me, we liked very much to sing the sad songs. Really, we really went into this mode of really melancholy. And so the next song is also a sad song. So, we will finish with Con la Madre, which we made a dance with this. Yeah, thank you, Agnethe.
had the enormous pleasure of introducing one of my Italian friends, Giovannangelo, to Agnethe when we visited him in his hometown of Molfetta in the far south, the heel of the boot of Italy, and we played in his house and had an absolutely marvellous time. And then we got a chance to work together with him in Tartu, in Estonia, where very many wonderful meetings took place around Raho, Langsep, and Agnethe took every musician that she ever knew there, I think. And it's delightful that I can bring Giovannangelo here today, because I think this is your first time in the church.
Yes, it's the first time. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I speak very bad English. It's normal in Italy. Just we have 300,000 dialects.
Yeah. I speak Italian,
yes,
but I don't understand his relatives.
Yes.
Because they speak Molfettese.
This is a problem, political problem in Italy, because many politicals speak different and don't understand nothing. So, allora, voglio dire in italiano perché è molto importante questa cosa che...
It's very important what he
important.
wants to say, so he has to say it in Italian and I will translate to the best of my ability.
Ho iniziato a fare la musica medievale nella fine degli anni '80.
So at the end of the 80s, that's when he began to play and to get to know the music, medieval music.
Ascoltando per la prima volta la musica di Hildegard von Bingen.
So the first thing that he listened to was Hildegard.
E lì si è aperto un mondo totale, non soltanto musicale, ma anche della storia, della vita di Hildegard, del messaggio di Hildegard di Bingen.
So a whole vista opened up before his eyes, not just a musical vista, but also one of ideas and of history. The life of Hildegard was also fascinating to him.
E il primo disco che ho comprato, il primo CD che ho comprato, è stato l'Ordo Virtutum dell'ensemble Sequenzia.
So the first disc that he bought of medieval music was the Ordo Virtutum by Hildegard as interpreted by Sequenzia.
E durante i miei corsi di flauto traverso moderno e suonavo Stamitz, concerti Bach, ascoltavo anche Hildegard di Bingen.
So there he was, learning flute in the conservatoire, normal stuff, playing concertos by Stamitz and Bach, and on the side, listening to Hildegard.
E lì è iniziato il mio problema bipolare.
So that's where, his bipolar came from that time.
Allora, e sono passati anni, è passato tanto tempo, e ho conosciuto Leah Stuttard, è un amore di amica, è una grandissima musicista, e lei mi ha proposto di fare un concerto, un house concert a Molfetta, dove io vivo in Puglia, un luogo del sud Italia, 15 anni fa.
So lots of time passed. We met each other about 25 years ago, and at a certain point I started to do solo concerts, and I asked if I could play in his little series. He invited musicians to play in his very beautiful flat in Molfetta, and he would make food for them, and so...
E mi ha proposto Agnethe e Christensen con un duo, con il loro progetto, e siamo stati molto felici di accoglierli. E la meraviglia delle meraviglie è stato che dentro casa mia c'era una cantante che ha cantato Hildegard von Bingen con l'ensemble Sequenzia.
So he thought it was a marvel, a miracle, when I suggested I would come with Agnethe in a duo to his house. And for him, it was amazing to have Agnethe, who he knew had sung Hildegard with Sequentia, in his very house.
Ed è stato una grande meraviglia, un grande incontro con Agnethe, seppure breve, ma molto molto intenso, perché ho sentito il suo grande cuore aperto verso la bellezza della musica e soprattutto verso la condivisione della musica.
Yeah, so it was, even though it was a brief meeting with Agnethe that Giovannangelo enjoyed, it was very intense, and he felt very deeply how open-hearted she was and how much she desired to share music in a very similar way to how Giovannangelo also shares music.
Grazie per questa opportunità.
Thank you for this opportunity, everyone.
Thank
you
you
for
so much.
listening to my terrible Italian translation.
I
I
want to speak with my English, but it's impossible to speak the emotion with a friends, with this meeting with Agnethe, because it was very un dono, come si dice, present.
A gift.
A gift.
A real gift.
And I believe in this Vinicius de Morales dice la vita è l'arte dell'incontro.
That life is the art of meeting other people.
Ed è una grande bellezza. Thank you so much and enjoy.
He doesn't remember what order we're doing
Yeah,
in.
always. It's every concert. It's like this. Ok. Possiamo dobbiamo tradurre tutto, no?
No.
This is a love song, but very far away. You can imagine this is my way with music, like a pilgrimage, like a travel, like a
journey.
A journey, exactly, like a journey. Because actually, very actually, I'm and Leah, we are the pilgrim.
Yeah.
We go to Santiago, we walk for San Michele in Gargano, in Puglia. So this piece, this music is like a pilgrimage on the way, verso la meta.
Towards the goal. We're going towards our goal.
Agnethe ha raggiunto la sua meta.
And Giovannangelo very beautifully says that Agnethe has reached her goal.
Lang kan legion son long che mai, mes bestis chance d'auser de l'eau, en que che me sui partiți de lai. Remembram d'un amor de l'or. Vaude talanem bronze clisi che chance nymphes d'albesis pis. Non place plus que l'hiver gelat. Jamais d'amour non jausirai, si non jaudest amour de l'or. Que gens nus mi meior densai, ves nuia part mi presni lor. Tane sospres verai se fis, che l'ai el rem de Sarazin. Foi eu per Ieus chansiu clamans. Ben tenc lo Señor perverai, per qui eu veira l'amor de l'uom. Mai sperum ben che nel sky naitos mals che tant mes de l'uom. Ai carme fos lai pellegri, si che mos vos e mos tapis, fos Persieus, Belseus remiras. We are in the same mood, lovely. We need lovely, especially in this time. We need, and we want to believe much more in lovely. Cantigas de Santa Maria, Rosa das Rosas. Rose?
Of roses.
Of roses. You are. We are.
He's such a flatterer. Don't believe anything he says.
No. You know, this is the reputation of the chef in the cuisine. So, Rosa das Rosas, Flor das Flores, Señor das Señores. This is for you, Agnethe. Das rosas et flor das flores, dona das donas, Señor, das señores. Rosa de beldade de parecer et flor de prazer, dona e muy piadosa ser. Señor, en toyer coitas e dores. A tal Señor devo muy amar, que de todo ellos pecadores perdonar, que faz no mundo per maus sabores. Rosa das rosas et flor das flores, dona das donas, Señor das señores. Rosa das rosas et flor das flores, dona das donas, Señor das señores. Devemos-la muito amar e servir, capunha de nos guardar de falir, des e dos erros nos faz repentir, que nós fazemos como pecadores. Rosa das rosas et flor das flores, dona das donas, Señor das señores. Esta dona que tenho por Señor e de que quero ser trovador, seu pers remposta ver seu amor, dou ou demo dos outros amores. Rosa das rosas et flor das flores, dona das donas, Señor das señores. journey with two last piece. It's Io sono un pellegrino. We are the pilgrim. Actually, really. I suppose also you. Come si dice, tutti quanti siamo dei pellegrini in modo personale.
Everyone is making their own personal pilgrimage, so we're all pilgrims together.
Io sono un pellegrino che vo cercando l'elemosina.
No, and what?
L'elemosina e chiedo l'elemosina, no? Quando chiedi soldi fuori dalla chiesa.
Ah, lui dice questo nella canzone. Oh, well there you go, I learned something new. So the words of the song are, I'm a pilgrim and I'm going along and I'm asking for alms. I'm begging for money outside churches.
E va cantando con la treccia bionda che io non ho.
So this pilgrim who is speaking in the song says, you know, I go along singing and I have blonde hair.
Cioè, è il primo brano queer medievale.
He wants us to imagine that this is a gay song, which I don't think it is, but never mind.
So it's very, very open side, very open view.
Okay, let's be open.
Io sono un pellegrino.
Why does a gay person have blonde hair? I don't know what you're talking about. Seriously.
Io sono un pellegrin che vo cercando limosina per Dio merce chiama. Aspetto e con la trezza bionda non segno col bordo nella scarze e chiamo e non che Quando arrivo la seconda, vento contrario mi vien tempesta. And we finish with Santiago de Compostela.
Muy gran razón que sabia de reito que Deus seu trono, seu corpo, Deus seu peito mamentou e del peito nunca foi fia. Porém desse me sospeito que guias de abundar. Sobre esto se me se destira d'un juízo que Deus Santa Maria por un que cada año ha como y contar a San Jean de Romaria porque se foi matar. Non è gran cosa se sabe bom juízo dar a madre do que o mundo toda de joiga. Este Romeu con brana vontade e a Santiago de verdade. Pero desto fez maldade que ante al belgar foi con moglie e bondade se con la casa. Non è gran cosa se sabe bom juízo dar a madre do que so mundo toda descoipa. Semelhans filhos de Santiago e disse macarme de ti despago a salvação que te atrago donde fuiste errar porque en cada lago d'inferno seduta non è gran cosa se sabe con juízo da a madre do que o mundo toda de joiga non è gran cosa se sabe con juízo da a madre da que o mundo toda de joiga.
Many thanks to Giovannangelo de Gennaro and Leah Stuttard.
Grazie. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. And we also heard, of course, Leah Stuttard and Elizabeth Gabriel before. We will have a short break now before we go into the next section, which is the sequentia context. So please, the bar is open and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
vergessen meine Kontaktlinsen.
Oh, ja, das geht.
Brille. Das erste Stück kann ich nicht. Musst du das sehen?
Ich sehe ein bisschen schlecht wegen dem Winkel.
Im Moment sagt mir, wann es besser geht.
Ein bisschen mehr hinkommen. So sehe ich. Vor allem wenn es noch so ist. Geht das?
Ja.
Okay. Welcome back to the next set, which is all about sequentia. And sequentia is a world-famous medieval ensemble. The basic group is Norbert Rodenkirchen and Benjamin Bagby. And Agnethe has been working with them for many, many years. And important thing, one person we are missing tonight is Lena Susanne Norin, the Swedish mezzo in Stockholm. She couldn't come because of her health issue. And so we're really sorry, but I hope you are out there, Lena Susanne, and hear this. And yes, so we start with Norbert and Benjamin, and then we move on to different sets. You have the program. Welcome on stage, Benjamin and Norbert.
I want to start with a very simple melody of the 11th century, which Agnethe used to play. She used to sing it with us. It is the melody of the Cambridge songs, which is an early Goliardic manuscript, maybe a predecessor of the Camina Burana in a certain sense. So it's an erotic song, a dialogue song, which she used to sing together with Eric Menzel. So I just played the melody a few times with some variations before we go on to Beowulf, and we will moderate a little bit the program, but we try to be short because it's already getting late. So we try not to make the longer versions, but the shorter ones. So this is called Iam Dulcis Amica.
The king of the Danes has died. This is not a modern king, but an ancient king that no one can really even identify. But his name is Shield Shaving. And he's not really so much a king in the sense of modern kingdoms. He's more like a tribal chieftain or warlord. And when he's dead, his people bring him to the sea and place him in his boat and cover him with rich weapons, ornaments, and gold. And he's pushed out onto the sea in his boat with a gold standard over his head. And it's known that fate will bring him where he needs to go. And we have also lost a chieftain. And the tribe that lost that chieftain is sitting in this room tonight. The whole tribe of Agnethe's friends and colleagues, as she goes to the next place. This text is from the Beowulf epic. It's the first known description of such an event. Himtha skilju at tvoi sjapvile fæller og feran, on frean nuere. I henne thad bæren to brymme svarede, svar sig sidas. Svar hei selve bad thenden wadum well, winne skildinga, lev land froma. Lange achte, at hyde stad ringet stævna i sig og utfos æderlinges færd. Alledan fallefne þævden bergebrittan og bærmskippes mærne bemeste. Thou was madna fellow fairweg frat vad jag lärde. Ni hörde ett kunnig och tälja göra. Hildegard hon hade bara Willen und Börnum. Himman bärmelej madna menigo tha himmel skoldan on flåde sagt färja vitan. Na läs I henne läs som lakum teodum theodus trävnum von faderen theinet frumschafte fort von sendern en I overude borwesende. Da sett him sägen gällande här över häven. Let han holbäran Gavin on gasset. Him was almost 7 månande måd. Men det kunde sätta inte att sova. Sellerädende. Halv under heven. Vad femläston fäng. The next piece is a little opera. It's a short opera. And when we were performing it in the early 2000s, Agnethe had a big role in this opera. She played the role of the woman, which I have to do today to make up for her, but it's a poor substitute. And we had a lot of fun with this piece because it's coming from a manuscript from the 11th century, and it clearly shows at the beginning, the poet clearly says, listen to this stupid story, because it really is a stupid story, and you have to have a sense of the absurd, because it includes really very horrible things, but done in such a clever way. I think it shows the 11th century idea of marriage and having children was very different from ours. Pretty cool.
Advertite omnes populi ridiculum et audite quo modus vevum mulier et ipse illam defraudarat. Constantiae civis suevulus trans equor gasam portans navibus domi coniugem lascivam nimis relinquebat. Vix remige tristis secat mare et se subito orta tempestati furit pelagus certan flamina toluntur fluctus. Post multaque exulem vagum litore longing quo notus exponebat. Nec interum domi vacat coniux mimi aderant juvenes secuntur quos et in memo viri exulis excepit gaudens. Adque nocte proxima pregnans filium in justo fudit justo die. Duobus volutis annis exul dictus revertitur ocurit infinis coniux secum trahens puerulum. Datis osculis maritus illi de quo inquit puerum istum habeas dic aut extrema patieris ad ille marite timens dolos versat in omnia mi tandem mi coniux ait nam languens amore tuo consurrexidi loculo per exique per vice in albibus nive sitiens extincissiti inde ego gravida istum puerum damnoso fetum Posequinque transierant aut plus, et mercato vagus instaura vidremus. Ratem quasam reficit, vela ligat, et nivis natum duxit secum. Transretato mari produceba natum et pro arabone mercatori tradens centum libras accipit atque vendito infante dives revertitur ingressusque domum od uxorem ait consolare coniux non ipsa tume magis quidem dilexisti consolare coniux consolare cara tempestate urtanos festosos furor nivadosos certes limis fesos egi consolare coniux consolare cara et nos omnes graviter torret sol ad ile nivis natus lique sebat consolare coniux consolare cara sic perfidam suevos coniugem deluserat sic fraudem viserat namquem genuit nix recta hunc solique feci.
while we need to retune 2 strings, I have one little story which I cannot refuse also to tell about Agnethe. She was not only very talented, and she was not only very adventurous, as we all know. She had no fear to go anywhere, and whoever was on tour with her had a lot of fun exploring unknown cities, and she always knew where to go at night. She checked out things, and it was always really fun to be with her in different cities on tour. But there was also one thing, she was also very, very helpful. And I have one little anecdote which I want to say. When we started to work together, this is around 25 years, when we worked on the Rheingold, the original Rheingold from the Edda, together with Benjamin and Elizabeth and Lena, who is hopefully now on the live stream. During that time, I had to give a little solo concert, and I was really stage nervous, which I'm still today. And sometimes people don't notice we are sometimes nervous on stage, and so it helps to look into friendly faces. And Agnethe offered herself to be in the second row, and always when I had some feeling of stress, I would look at her, and she would really smile with her very unique smile. And so I thought it's maybe a good motto for us today to imagine that she is smiling now at us and saying everything is all right. We are here to commemorate her great legacy, and this is one of her great characters. She is looking at us and saying everything is all right. So, thank you.
If I could just add one word to Norbert's story. In every discussion with Agnethe about decisions to be made or things to try or musical ideas to try out, her response was always yes. She had an energy of yes. And it wasn't yes, yes, maybe. It wasn't any kind of qualified yes, it was yes. And I think that this next song, which is in Anglo-Saxon and talks about a singer and his troubles, it's basically saying what Norbert said, everything's going to be all right, and yes.
Berlo hilde ne your brother death on 7 swasar, swa yourself thing. That he on yeten havde, that he can was. Evren mekte thriste thenshan, im that shoulder. Thas sovereign, this is one. With that math Hildegard frug nån den grundläser. Hjärtes fria, that he yourself så glo, slapp eller benan. Thas overöde, this is what Theodrich after 30 winter Maringeborg. That was Manigum Kuth. Thas over Eude, this is one we ask what an emen reaches wilven je thought. Achter wie de volk quotende reaches. That was Grimkönig. Satsech manig sorgam je bonden, when on venum, wish je necha, that has König reaches overcome and better. Thas over Eude, this is one Siete såg kärring, sann bedalad, on 7 swedgeth, selvum fincheth, that sie endelig serve the dan. My thorny thenshan that jom thas well, wichtig richten, wendeth je neche, elle manigum arie showeth, we sleechne blad, someone when a dal. That each be myself such Willen, that each wheel was heden ingeschob, drichtne diere. Me was there, mama, ach, each fell winter folgeth till holne lavod, och that rende nu, leud kraftig man, land riktigt thär, that mele leo är sälde. Thas over Eude, this is one Thas over
Nun möchten wir gerne Elisabeth dazu bitten, die damals auch in vielen Programmen von Sequentia dabei war. Und wir haben ein paar Stücke vorbereitet, heute nur, wir konnten das nur heute machen, die wir damals schon gespielt haben. Und genauso kommt gleich ein Stück von Hildegard von Bingen. Also wir haben sehr viel Hildegard von Bingen in den 90er Jahren gespielt. Natürlich auch später mit Agnethe. Agnethe hat das auch mit ihren eigenen Gruppen gemacht und wie wir eben schon von Paul gehört haben, in den 90er Jahren hat man sehr, sehr viel Hildegard von Bingen gespielt, weil es gab auch die 900-Jahr-Feier und
Norbert, you have to speak in English.
Okay, thank you. Okay. To make a long story short, I'm very sorry, my brain is not working properly here. We have done a lot of Hildegard von Bingen in the 90s, and so we come now together with Elisabeth and later with Marianne Nielsen. We all work together in the Order Virtutum project of Sequentia under the direction of Benjamin Bagby and Barbara Thornton. And so it's for us a really nice way to plug into this music again, into the spirits of Hildegard von Bingen from the Rhineland. May I say a few words about these pieces? Hildegard never wrote instrumental music. This is English, no? Yeah, I think it's English. Hildegard von Bingen, of course, she wrote vocal music, which probably even was improvised at the time when it was developed and later written down. And from the time of the big projects of Sequentia with Hildegard von Bingen, Elisabeth produced a lot of really great instrumental tunes based on melodies of and formulas of Hildegard von Bingen, and so it's a kind of paraphrasing of the modus and the melodic material of Hildegard, and as it's so catchy to have it still on the sheets, so we could not resist just to go back to these pieces and play it together. introduce Marianne G. Nielsen with O Quam Mirabilis Est, one of the great hymns of Hildegard. You want to say something about the bell of Agnethe?
It's hard to know what to say. My journey with Agnethe was over 20 years, many projects and travels, and bells were always with her. And I'm very happy to have this bell that was hers. So, happy to play it tonight.
She's with you.
Sequencia reunited with Agnethe in the spirit on the stage. We have a short break now before, we have 2 sets left. Next one is Leah Stuttard and Gilbert Martinez, and then we end with Helen Davies. So we have a short break now, the bar is open, and we are back soon here. Thank you.
with you in front of that? With Agnethe in the background with you? Yeah. So when
Thank you so much.
Hey.
Yes.
Sai come si dice cedro?
Okay, welcome back to the second last set tonight. We have Leah Stuttard doing his solo here, and then she will play duo. She will even play the harpsichord.
Shh, it's a secret.
It's a secret.
You just ruined the surprise, Björn.
It will be a surprise, I promise you.
Okay.
So Gilbert and Leah will play something together. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. So tonight, I celebrate the 12th anniversary of the very first concert that I did with Agnethe. And it was here in this church. And it was part of the very first early music day that Björn spoke about at the beginning. So I came into Agnethe's life a little bit late. I've not known her as long as many of you knew her. But boy, we packed it in. We did a lot of music making together. You know, I'm really humbled and honoured, in fact, to be among such illustrious company tonight. She took me to all sorts of exotic places. My favourite was the crematorium in the very far north of Sweden, where I'd never been before. She was indeed charmed to get very many concerts. She could get them anywhere, including in this huge cemetery, in the actual chapel. We had to walk past, to get from our dressing room to the concert, we walked past the ovens where they cremated bodies. It was a crematorium in a cemetery in Piteå, in the back end of Beyond. But I also took Agnethe to many less than exotic places in the UK, including my own hometown, where the gig that I played with Agnethe is the only time I have ever played in the whole of my county, Lancashire, which is in the northwest of England. It is very grim there. It rains 51 weeks of the year. There is a reason that I left the day I turned 18. But to be there with Agnethe was a huge pleasure for me. I also want to point out, by the way, that my clothing is a homage to Agnethe. I am surprised that everyone's wearing black, because she so rarely did. I've especially picked my shoes. The only problem, you see, Agnethe used to wear lots of shoes like this, also in concerts. I loved it. I loved her style. She was such a guru. And she would wear these lovely, slightly wacky open-toed sandals, and she didn't wear socks. But she always had fabulous painted nails, and I'm afraid I just couldn't quite manage that. So I'm now going to play a piece which was in one of my programmes with Agnethe, and at the end of our set, we'll also hear her sing in that concert in my hometown the Swedish version of the German Lutheran chorale, which I will play and then sing in the English version. So you'll hear her version at the end of our little set. Thanks so much for inviting me. Thank you, Björn, for introducing me to Agnethe. Thank you, Søren, for being like a family to me every time I came here. And thank you, everyone, for listening.
everything to say, but I was inspired to mention something when Maestro Bagby talked about Agnethe being the yes, you know, sort of the embodiment of yes. And I sort of travel into the medieval world as sort of a tourist because, you know, my whole life has been sort of, or I thought was going to be firmly rooted in music much later. And, but that didn't stop Agnethe. She was just one of those people. It was sort of like a sun and like planets just sort of orbit around her. And it just had a way of absorbing you into her fantasy. And I mentioned that, well, in recent times people have seen me here playing the Hammerklavier or the forte piano, which has been sort of like my version of a late midlife crisis coming from the harpsichord world, and it's been really thrilling. But Agnethe was very encouraging about it, and it made me think about, you know, oftentimes musicians, some of our best performances are in private and in our practice room or in our home before they ever have the chance to be shared with an audience. And Agnethe came to me with, you know, she was just full of ideas and ambition, you know, and she said, hey, now you have a Hammerklavier, why don't we do some Beethoven and some Haydn? And she came over and we read through some of the Welsh and Scottish song settings of Haydn, and, you know, thought, oh, this would be an interesting thing to save for another time. And it was so wonderful, but it was an unfulfilled project that we never got to. And, you know, I had other instruments around, and, well, this virginal was one of them, and we discovered that we have something in common. I mean, as far as, like, well, these two instruments, what's the likelihood that they would have been heard together? Well, not much, but
I disagree.
But we have something in common in that she has these little brays that make her strings buzz, and I have little brays that make my strings buzz too. So we're just like a little buzz fest here. And Agnethe put us all together, and she came up with a project called Dances with Elves, and it was just this really representative of her free spirit and her imagination with programming, and we just had a grand time.
Oh, we did.
So these are little fragments from that concert. The missing part is her voice, of course, but I think she's very much a part of us. Yeah. pieces have nothing to do with anything at all, except that at one time, Agnethe was known to sing much later music and on record. And I think the first time I heard her on a recording was with Bo Holton's Ars Nova, and it was a record of Thomas Tallis, and she was singing the cantus line on the top voices of some really glorious sacred music. And when I first heard her voice, I thought, who is that countertenor? Because it was like nothing I'd ever heard before.
Wow.
And well, scrolling many years into the future, she started to sing other repertoire, but I do have a very vivid memory of that sound in her voice, which was so darkly hued and colored. And there were other scattered anthologies where she had sang things by John Dowland and lute songs and music. It's quite modern to the stuff that she was known for. And this next piece, the Pavin Lord Salisbury, it quotes a Dowland song, the Lacrimae Pavin, but it quickly strays away into something else.
enjoyed in concert was 12 years ago, just saying.
And I wanted to say also that the title of the piece for two virginals is completely authentic and accurate.
Thank you, Leah. And thank you, Gilbert. And thank you to Agnethe. We have a short break.
To a close with some what Agnethe always called gentle songs and slow airs. Just a couple of very short anecdotes in relation to what other people have been saying this evening. It struck me when Ben said Agnethe's reaction was always, yes. I remember she came to see us one day and she said she'd been booked for Hotel Proforma, Kirsten Delholm's, and that this particular production would require Agnethe to hang upside down singing. And her reaction, yes, I do it. Fearless about everything. It was fantastic. And we went to see the production, and she was great, as always. And Paul mentioned when we had a lot of concerts with Alba, and that there were some people who liked the concerts, luckily, but one memory always stays with me, and he talked about Agnethe's ability to keep a straight face. We were playing in a concert in the north of Jutland, and it was in the good old days when you got your money in cash in an envelope afterwards. And the church warden came up to the three of us with our envelopes, and the only thing he said was, "Det var någon märklig musik." For those not there, that was very strange music. And he gave us our envelopes and he went away. We all three kept quite straight faces. But her steadiness, her fearlessness on the culture boat in 1996 going through the harbour at Copenhagen, where everything went chaotic with all the planning because of a Danish radio producer who wanted the boat to go much faster than was planned. It ended its journey, and the final thing was Agnethe on the end of the boat singing an old Swedish song. After all the chaos through the harbours, there was Agnethe, steady as a rock. And I will be always so thankful for the music she introduced me to, her loyalty, her friendship. And every time I said to her, Agnethe, how far do we have to walk to the next concert? She always said in her best Swedish English, it's just around the corner. And her just around the corner was not always the same as my just around the corner. But so don't you think Agnethe is just around the corner with us all this evening. So, thank you. And the last program we did together was one called West Over the Sea. That was Agnethe's idea. She wanted to do a program of what she called nice songs from her culture and my culture, which is Celtic culture. And she said, we'll call ourselves Gentle Songs and Slow Airs, and we'll call the program West Over the Sea, because that's the Viking, one of the Viking terms used for their Viking raids, west over the sea. So we included music from the north, of course, music from Scotland, the Shetlands, music from the old harp traditions of Ireland and Wales. And for this time of the evening, several of them are lullabies. So I'm going to start with a Shetland lullaby and one of the very oldest tunes from Shetland, When the Day Dawns. go to Wales, where the Viking raids are not so well documented, but they happened. So we have some places with place names that we know Vikings must have been there. And this is a lovely old tune called Beth yw'r haf I mi, which means, what is the summer to me now that you have gone? to Ireland to a tune, an old harp air called Eile Galcuin, Fair Gentle Eile. And I'll go into, after that, Tavet and Croster, which is both Irish and Scottish, the Christ Child's Lullaby. And here's another example of Agnethe doing things completely thoroughly. And she said, this song has 24 verses. It's 24 verses. That'll take about 15 minutes, Agnethe. That's fine, she said. but it's in Old Gaelic, Old Scots Gaelic. So she contacted the University of Strathclyde, asked them about it. They said they hadn't had many inquiries about that before. And they very kindly got somebody to record all the verses in the Old Scots Gaelic, and Agnethe set to work to be able to sing them all. And she did. So more inspiration from her. So first Fair Gentilly, and then the lullaby of the Christ Child. Der Hermin. It's a very old Shetland song. It's an evening song, and people are saying to each other, let's go out into the heather to walk quietly in the stillness of the evening, remembering good things we've had together and taking special memories with us. Looking up into the night sky to see the northern lights, which in the Shetland Islands are called the Merry Dancers, which I always think is a lovely title. We will look at the merry dancers in the sky and think of good times past, special friends, and give thanks. And somewhere a mother is singing a lullaby to her baby.
Thank you, Helen. That was the last tune for today. Lullabies. Very much in place, I think. So thank you all who participated in this event, a very special event honoring Agnethe. And the bar is open now. You can stay and talk. The bar is open until midnight, at least. It's Friday night. And tomorrow is Saturday. So thank you so much for coming, and thank you all the musicians. Thank you for cooking for us, and thank you for my volunteers. Dennis helping with sound, and all the staff in the bar. Thank you so much. Knut did all the dishes, as usual. Thank you. And thank you all. So long night is almost ended. We are back next year, March 21st. It's a Saturday, so you can expect a very long day that weekend too. Maybe we start earlier, let's see. So again, thank you so much. This was what we wished for. Thank you.